Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome to Computerized Start Live, the show where I explore the computers of my generation to inspire the next. And I see I have in the chat Jeremy and Frank and Thomas. Welcome, everybody. So it is December, which means I have some DOS things to look at. Like this wonderful 386SX motherboard. I know there's some of you that are thinking, 386 motherboard, that's not wonderful. But it is. It is wonderful. It's got the fastest 386SX processor on it. Hi, Retro Tech Chris, welcome. And Dave's Vintage Apple Tech, DJ Craze, welcome. I think I need to move the chat to my other monitor here so I can see it a little better. And I will move the... There, we'll move that chat to that window because I'm not even logged into that website. So if you're watching on Twitch, well, sorry. Apparently we'll have to log into my Twitch account. I have things to do first. So I would like to say that I do have a current goal on Ko-fi. I don't have it showing on screen because it will take up valuable real estate to fit this wonderful motherboard right there. But it is to help me get a few little items for December videos. But before I get to this motherboard, I did have a few things. Let me see here. That's just something I needed to bring downstairs. So for anyone that watched my cornucopia stream and I realized I couldn't find the grommets for my Atari, well, I found them last night. So it wasn't... I didn't find them 5 minutes after getting home from the hardware store like I thought, but still. I'd already gone to the hardware store to buy grommets, and yeah, found these last night. So I just thought I would let everyone know. They were on my desk like I thought they were, just, I guess, hidden on my desk in plain sight. They were the objects that I didn't realize. Those are the grommets I was looking for. Hi, Starbuck Tech, welcome. Yes, I need fundage. It goes to December content. I have actually already bought a few things for December. I have I've actually bought a game that will be featured in a video, and actually I have a few other cheap games on my list. I would actually like to get some, if I can get this up and running, probably get some RAM for it. I've got enough to test it, but it deserves more. Ah, Retro Tech Chris, haha! Retro Tech Chris says, yes, I will support. All right, and I just hit my goal, so we can smash through that goal. All right. We have some wonderful December content coming, and I will have to get busy on ordering things. Anyways, let's see. The other thing I wanted to mention has already escaped my mind. Thank you, Retro Tech Chris. Those are good reasons to get sidetracked. It was like oh, that's right. There was one other thing. Because I'm often so bad about if you send me stickers and they're coming first class that I like open the mail and then set them somewhere and then forget to say thank you. I do have all the stickers that I've been sent. If you haven't seen them on the channel, I have something special I'm going to do with it, and that I'll take the chance to thank everyone who sent me stickers. There is a little box on the shelf behind me where I put these, but since Javier's wonderful letter arrived today, which meant I didn't have a chance to like open it and then file it and then misplace it and then forget about it, I thought I would say thank you, Javier, for this wonderful letter and these stickers here. Take a look at these stickers in a moment. Guess I'll can set this letter here if anyone would like to read what Javier wrote. Also, I would like to say Javier has awesome penmanship. If you ever receive a letter from him and see how neatly he writes your address, he wrote it personally. He didn't print it on a printer, and it was like, wow. So just getting the envelope was a treat too. So anyways, it looks like I got an 8-bits are all you need sticker. So Joe's ears are probably now burning, and he'll be joining here in probably 17 seconds, and he'll be like, hey, wait, my ears are burning. Got a couple of Adventures in Retro Computing stickers. Ah, yes. We have a wonderful assembly line sticker. I believe that is Chris Torrance's website. And another 8-bit tease sticker. So, awesome. I will put these in my sticker box. And I am actually, one of these days, soon, hopefully, I've got my toolbox beside me that actually, well, actually it was a Christmas present last year. I am actually going to put these stickers on the back side of the toolbox. So that I have like a sticker wall on my toolbox. And if I run out of room on the back, I'll put them on the sides. It's like, what do I have that I will probably keep for a while? Oh yeah, my Stanley toolbox. So thank you again, Javier. So let me actually go put these, I'll set them on top of my sticker box. So yes, if you sent me stickers, don't worry. They are in my clearly labeled box. And I have not forgotten about them. All right. And I probably, if you put a letter in the envelope that had the stickers in it, I probably have that too. It's probably sitting on my desk. I will have to pull those letters out as well and show those off. All right. Now that I got the administrative business out of the way, let's take a look at this motherboard. So this is a Pine Technologies PT-319A motherboard. Revision 2.2A, it says here. Let me see, I'll zoom in a little bit more here. So anyways, there's the part number. I don't know that it says Pine Technologies on it, but PT-319A. This motherboard is documented online. So I think the Retro Web has a lot of motherboards listed on it. This one is listed, so finding the jumper settings should be easy. It has the, I guess, SARC or SARC RC2016A5 chipset. It's like it's from, this one was made late 1994. There we go. For those of you that are wondering, Intel stopped 386 production at 33 megahertz. AMD is the one that actually made 40 megahertz 386s. And they actually competed, from what I can tell online, they actually competed fairly well with the 486 25 megahertz. Although I think that was mainly the DX variants that had the 32-bit bus. The 40 megahertz 386 from AMD was very competitive with the 486 25 megahertz from Intel. I mean, I think the 486 had some things that still did better than the 386, but the extra clock speed for the things where clock speed helped the 386, that was a good thing. It does have 4 SIM sockets. I believe this motherboard supports up to 16 megabytes of parity RAM, 30 pin SIMs, AT power, of course, a Varta battery. Varta battery! Varta was here! Oh no! And now you see why I get to repair this board. Because the Varta battery went... Well, I don't know that it went kablooey like Macintosh PRAM batteries can after 20 to 30 years, but it leaked, and it leaked pretty good. And there we go. Some more pretty good leakage. And by pretty good, I mean pretty bad. So the underside, I think, is going to be probably fairly easy, because I think a lot of this damage is on some larger traces. And I don't know that they're necessarily broken, but I'll get the fiberglass pin out, kind of get this tarnish off of it, and we'll take a look at the top side. Yeah. Seriously, Jeremy. So, and then... Now, if you're wondering why this board looks strangely clean, it's because I bought this board back in February. I think I paid a total of $31.59 for it, and that includes tax and shipping. So I don't have, like, super oodles into this board, but I'm hoping I can get it fixed. But the reason why it looks cleaner than you might think if there was a leaking Varta is because once I received it back in February, I did the vinegar neutralization, and then I actually put this through the ultrasonic cleaner to clean the board, knowing that I would not be immediately looking into it. It's also why I think I didn't, like, fully run it as long as I would have liked to have, so there's still kind of some... I didn't get it quite as clean as I wanted to, although I might have to look. Possible these electrolytic capacitors leaked, so we'll have to take a look at that. Anyways, that is the board that I'm looking at first. Hey, Joe! Welcome! Okay, so Joe took just a few more minutes than I thought to show up. And I guess he didn't start off with "my ears are burning," but... Yes, you got a shout out earlier, Joe, because Javier sent me some 8 bits are all you need stickers. Well, so I have actually, probably of all the channels, I think I have more stickers from Joe than anyone else. So, anyways, so let's yeah, because he stole them from you, yeah. All right. So, I think the first thing I'm going to do to kind of help with this repair is I'm going to take the fiberglass pin and try to get some of this tarnish off the board where the bare copper, well, I mean, I knew it was going to do this, but knowing I probably had repairs, that's why I just, I didn't, like, put any solder mask or anything on it. And we'll take a look here, and it already is looking like I might actually have to remove the power connector here, because it does look like the... Let me see if I can find my spudger. So it does look like the corrosion is at least going up to the power connector and possibly under it. So, oh, Joe, this is what happens when a NiCad battery leaks all over your 386SX motherboard. So, it's my Am386SX40 motherboard. This is December. I know, it's like, I know, this is more than 8 bits. So, looking at this, I'm thinking there are probably some of these traces are probably broken. I'm probably going to have to remove this power connector to look under it. I suspect I'm going to have to remove these two components to get a good look under them, because I suspect could be something broken here. In fact, this trace here. Joe, thank you. Yeah, this trace here looks very broken. I'll have to get out my little microscope. Probably going to have to remove these components to look under them. I suspect I'm going to have to remove the keyboard connector too, because it looks like, I don't know that the damage is going under it, but it probably wouldn't hurt. So, all right, and I am smashing through my December goal. So I hopefully I can get the few things I need to order, and hopefully we'll be able to get them in time to do some good December videos. Now, the bottom of the board, I think, is okay-ish for the most part, although I'm kind of concerned about this trace here. Because that one is one I'm kind of thinking, I'm worried about the via specifically. This trace here, it might be broken, but this one I might be able to just solder blob, but we'll see about that. I'm going to try to get some of this corrosion, or tarnish and corrosion off. Because I think some of this is tarnish where there was no solder mask, and some of it's corrosion. And hey, Retro Techie, I have it on good authority. This 386 can play some really cool games. Although thank you, Starbuck Tech. All right. All right. I think I might be able to get a few extra items. All right, so let me, I'm getting my USB microscope out so we can take a closer look at this. Maybe if I get really crazy, I will, yeah, I'm getting some December love. Which is good, because actually, oh, you know, if I try to name everyone that sent me a little bit before this stream, I'm going to miss names, so I'll have to look at my cheat sheet here when I get a moment. But I do know Garth mentioned that, hey, I want to make sure you can get some screws for your new video set upstairs too. So actually, Garth, if you happen to be watching or on the playback, I did stop at the hardware store on the way home. I have a box of screws. I think they're long enough to hold the top on. So hopefully more updates on that later. All right. Let's see. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Wow. All right. So this is... So I'm first... I'm just going to take a closer look at the bottom to try to decide whether I should work on the bottom or the top first. I'm also going to see if I can find my scalpel. Or actually, maybe I'll just... Oh, there's my scalpel. I'm going to start with the... Depending on what I see here, we'll probably decide which side I start with. I'm not going to scrape everything off at this moment. I'm just looking to see what might be actually broken. And that actually this doesn't look broken. I think it was just tarnished. Probably what I'll do for some of these is I'll re-tin them to thicken the copper a little bit, since I've used a fiberglass pen to scratch it down. So I'll probably tin these, and then I'll put some solder mask on them to just protect it from shorting. Yeah, it does look pretty cool magnified, including the little fiberglass pieces that come off when you use them. Okay, so that looks pretty tarnished there, but that doesn't... I don't think that's broken. I think it's just tarnished. Okay. That dark thing there, I think, is actually a solder joint, so I think we'll be fine. I think that is also just some tarnish. Yeah, that's just tarnish. I mean, some corrosion and patina, maybe I should say, because I think that's the color copper turns. 'Cause I think I got all the electrolyte off of it. Joe, I am currently using the Rode Wireless Go 2. I'm hoping you're asking because it sounds good and not because it sounds awful. I would recommend that if you're going to get one of them, even if you're a solo YouTuber, that you should probably go ahead and get the 2 microphones set. That way, if you participate in longer streams, such as Dave's weekly long stream on Sunday, you can actually have one charging while you're using the other one, and when the battery gets low, you can actually just swap mics. But you get whatever you want. Oh. Well, I don't know what I've... Oh, I think I know what I've done. I'll find the link. Okay, so what I did, my other secret to sound is I've got a video. I will find the link in a moment and put it in the chat. Oh, that's the other thing, Joe. Yeah. I've got mine clipped close to my mouth. That's probably the other reason why it doesn't sound good. But I also have kind of some audio filters running in OBS, which improves the sound. So, anyways, I think the summary is this bottom kind of look, it's... I don't see anything broken on the bottom. I think the bottom of the board is lucky. I think the top is where I'm going to run into all these problems. Because this is where the electrolyte probably pooled. Hey, Bruce, welcome. Yeah, this looks like nasty city here. Ooh, okay, now that trace there. Oh, hold on, I think there we go. Ooh, that looks. I think I'm gonna have to pull components off to really check that. So that is that trace right there. I don't know if it's broken, but I can definitely see the copper is eroded there. That trace looks thinner than it should be, but unfortunately it's so close to some components. I'm probably going to have to remove some components to look at that. Yeah, I'm thinking of getting the lavalier for this system. So yeah, so I'm going to have to remove those because that corrosion goes right underneath those components. And yeah, it's going right up to the power connector, so I'm going to have to remove that power connector. Because that's going to give me trouble. So, yep, I have to remove that little ceramic cap, that resistor there, that inductor, and I'm probably going to have to remove the keyboard connector. Not necessarily because it's corroded under it, but I think it's just kind of too close for comfort, and it's a plastic connector. So I think overall, I'm going to go back to the table cam. I think what I'm going to first do here is try to remove this diode, this resistor, this cap, this resistor, this inductor. Probably might as well just go ahead and remove the keyboard connector because it's plastic. Remove the power connector, and then we'll see if this socket for the BIOS is going to get in the way. I don't think there's any corrosion under it, but the socket might get in the way. So anyways, let me, I guess, go ahead and... Oh, Rode has a new lavalier mic released. Awesome. Maybe it's good that I waited to order one. All right, so I suspect that this solder is all going to be completely uncooperative to remove, so I'm going to start by adding some new solder. Tonight, I am going to use, I'm going to start with the VS213ATF because, well, I don't have much left in the tube. Oh, cool. And Joe is recapping an LC575. Very cool. So let's go ahead and... Oh, yeah. I'm just going to go ahead and add some solder to these parts I'm going to remove. Let's see, there's that. Oh, also, let me do myself a favor here. When removing parts from a board, and you have a tendency to, like, make mistakes such as to, like, knock things around on your workbench, I'm going to take a picture of where these components are, because all the markings on the board are gone. All right, well, get a couple pictures there. All right, so at least I will be able to put those components back where they came from. Ideally. Also, there is a good chance that these components may fall apart, but... Oh. It's the lavalier 2. Okay, I guess I should have expected Rode would just add a number to the name, since this is the wireless Go 2 I'm using. Okay, yeah, this is, I'm just adding some solder, because I can definitely tell this solder is not... It's quite crusty. Also... Oh, I left that plugged in, but not turned on. Okay. Well, that would explain why I left it setting there. Also, for what good it'll do, let me turn that on. Turn that on. Yes, Joe just dropped an affiliate link in the chat. I guess I can't blame him. At least someone will get credit for the purchase if you follow that link. But if you want to get yourself a big ultrasonic cleaner like I have, I've got an affiliate link for that in the video description. They make great stocking stuffers. Disclaimer, don't try to put it in the stocking. It probably won't fit. Or at least I think I've got it in the video description. So yes, I think I've got links in the video description for a lot of the tools I use. Except for some where the tools I use are kind of old. I think I put some more modern suggestions in their place. For example, my oscilloscope is a Tektronix 522 or 524A, and they don't make those anymore. So I think I suggested a more modern oscilloscope. Actually, you know, those components might just might be free now, or not. No, they're definitely not free yet. All right. Oh, Bruce is building an ultrasonic cleaner. Nice. All right, let's see if these... Oh. Nope, they're not free yet. Oh. All right. Ugh. Okay, so these might be a bit tricky to remove. The only reason I'm trying to save them is because I don't know that I have anything to replace them with on hand. Therefore, I'm trying to just remove them from the board so I can put them back on. But I may have to replace them. Hey, Big Bad Biologist is here. Let's see here. And yeah, for anyone seeing this, I don't normally like to use the vacuum pump on flux, but I'll pay the price later when I inevitably have to clean and replace the filters sooner. I think with this style, it's not quite as bad as the ones where the vacuum's in the handle. Because I think this one has an extra filter before it gets to the actual vacuum pump. And I see Retro Techie is... Retro Techie is asking if this live stream is being brought to us by a particular sponsor, and all I have to say about that, Retro Techie, is the only sponsor of this live stream are my awesome channel supporters who support me on Patreon and Ko-fi. And probably also the people who like and share and whatnot. So that is what this live stream is brought to you by. So do be sure to smash that like button. If you're not subscribed already, then, well, you'll need to subscribe to participate in the chat, among other things. And who knows? If you like this, if you like the channel, share it on your social media page. I do have some December videos coming. I was actually earlier this week looking at the script for one of them. Actually, interestingly enough, I pretty much had the script written back in like February. But I didn't feel like, well, I can tell you I do have at least one broken trace, because one of these traces went kablooey. I know, how in the... I only have 169 subscribers, Joe. That baffles the mind. So all it takes is a quick little tweet or a toot, depending on which platform you're on. But I'm going to give a shout out to a fellow retro tech enthusiast on Instagram. He's another Justin. He's a Justin M. I don't remember his last name right offhand, but anyways, today is his birthday. And the only thing he wanted was to maybe get a few more followers on Instagram. So go to the two popular messaging sites where you get to send short messages. That would be the Bird site and Mastodon, although it's also Twitter for those of you that are wondering. And I've got a link to his Instagram page on both services. So go check that out. And maybe if you like his page, then go. Yeah, Jeremy, that's what I think Mastodon calls the messages or toots. So, anyways, yeah, go check his Instagram out and give him if you like his page, give him a follow. And I think he's got a post from earlier this morning that said it was his birthday. So. Go drop a comment on that video that said Justin D sent you there. And wish him a happy birthday. And maybe we can get his Instagram account to 1,000 followers today. Yeah, this is quite crusty. This is going to be fun. Also, Retro Techie, we are not banning anyone today. If anything, Garth is the one that made sure that I was going to have screws to put the top on my new video production space, that set piece. So, ugh. All right. Yes, this is, oh, hey, Garth. Oh, Garth, yes, welcome. And I went to the hardware store on the way from work. I have a box of screws now. And I think they're going to be just long enough. And if to my Canadian friends in the chat, I actually did manage to find Robertson drive screws. And for anyone wondering, I actually got drywall screws because, well, they'll work just fine in wood. All right, there we go. I got the diode out. And Retro Techie, I have it on good authority that Garth did not probably design that MacBook. Yes. And for anyone that's just also thinking that, man, this is quite the corrosion that's making it hard to remove these components. Yeah, it most certainly affected the solder. The blend of the solder on these that are holding these components in. Because the electrolyte served to I think turn the metals into their metal oxide, into oxides, so I think I'm probably going to have to add some more solder to those. Yeah, maybe someday Apple will admit the reason why they had to deny you from being able to use the Magic Mouse while charging. Oh wait, what am I saying? No, Apple will never let us know why they had to make that weird decision. Maybe the yeah, I'm with you, Jeremy. I'm thinking there might be a reason why they had to do that. Because I do find it odd that that you can use the keyboard while charging, but not the mouse. All right, let me see if I can't. Yeah, luckily the 386SX I have. Luckily, it used one of those Dallas clock chips, so. Which, I guess, while I try to get these components off. So, the videos I'm going to try to get out for December include, I have a video on the Emerson 8000 EC. That's actually the one where I had the script written, but didn't feel like producing the video earlier in the year. That's also the computer Joe helped me out with earlier this year. So, I'm just trying to decide if I want to make it one video or two. But I can't really find a good break point in the video to make it 2, so it just may be one long video. I've got a special upgrade for the Emerson 386 computer that I have, thanks to RetroTech Chris. So that will be fun. I'm going to try to make that a shorter video. I think that's make a 12-part video. Now, the reason why that one video is kind of long is because I did some research and I did some research on the topic, and I guess I kind of wanted to share the information, so I might actually the upgrade in that video. Maybe the way I'll shorten it some is maybe I think I might be able to zoom through a lot of the upgrade footage and make that speed that up. So, anyways, and well, I've got this live stream here. So. And then, actually, if there's still time in December, I think maybe if, assuming I'm not having to do a second live stream to finish this, well, I may have to. This board might be, bad enough that it makes a second appearance at some point. But I do have a Pentium 2 motherboard that has a interesting feature on it that I think I want to take a look at in another live stream. Which, luckily, thanks to the tips for going towards December videos, I will be able to get one important item I need to be able to pull that video off. So, yay! So I can tell you later this month, I've got some time off when everyone at the office takes time off, and I will be busy editing videos. So I have a feeling a good number of the videos I want to do this month may be later in the month. So all right. Let me see here. Yes, it is an Emerson, and I will clarify, it would be an Emerson radio specifically, because there is more than one company called Emerson. All right, I got the ceramic cap off. Let's see here. Yeah, this is looking quite nasty over here. And I just thought I would, clarify which Emerson it's talking about. Yeah, Joe helped with that computer, and it works great now that Joe helped with it. And I'm just hoping I can make an entertaining video about it. And that maybe we can all learn from my mistakes. Jeremy, I am in Virginia. What caused the fire there? The fire... The fire where? Yeah, Jeremy, I'm in Virginia. Ooh. Oh, that was just solder mask. Okay. Oh, what caused the corrosion? There was a Varta battery here. And the Varta did what Vartas do, and it leaked. It was left on the board, put into storage, and it leaked. Oh, that one's on a ground plane. Okay. So I'd say, wait a minute. I know my vacuum pump's not clogged. All right. That one's on a ground plane. Let me try some solder wick. So this should be the keyboard connector that I'm just removing because the damage goes really close to it and it's plastic. So in this case, I'm just going to remove it. If anything, just so that I can check it. Oh, I won't be removing it just yet because it is a DIN 5 connector and I only desoldered 3 of the connectors. Yeah. Yep, no worries, Jeremy, although the interesting thing is, in West Virginia, there is a town by the same name. And somehow the other day I was searching for something, and it was kind of funny because Google, or whatever search engine I was using at the time, got confused, and it should have known from my IP address that I was not in West Virginia, but it started giving me search results for the town in West Virginia, and I was kind of scratching my head at first before I took a look at the really at what it was giving me back, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, that's weird. Yeah. And I guess if anyone's wondering where I got this board, I just got it on eBay. It was back in February. It looked like a interesting board, partly because it had the 40 megahertz processor for a 386. I was like, that's kind of cool. I saw that it did have some damage, so I was like, okay, it lets me practice some trace repairs. That's cool. Something tells me there's still something... No, let me see here. So these are the 2 retaining pins and... All right, let me just add some more solder here. I'm thinking there may actually be some corrosion underneath this connector. Around that pin specifically. I may in a moment go see if I can find the other board. Because actually when I got this board, I actually... I bought a second board at the same time that was very, very similar. Hey, K-Mac, welcome! So, So anyways, this is a PC motherboard I'm working on, but the repair principles are the same. And I guess the damage mechanism was the same too. It was battery that caused it. Hey Eric, welcome. I'm doing good. So, oh. So hopefully I'll get the rest of these things off that I need to get off fairly quickly. Although the power connector probably will give me trouble because it has several pins that are on rather beefy copper pads. So not only do we have the ground plane to contend with, which is rather large, but there's also the, I'm going to guess probably the 5 volt. Although it could be 12. No, it's going to be the 5 volt. Is also on a rather sizable copper pad. Normally I'd prefer not to remove it, but the corrosion is going on. Looks like it could be going underneath the power connector, so. Also, given how difficult I'm having getting some of these desoldered, it's kind of indicating to me that this is the right move. Okay, that was a... All right, let me see if this keyboard connector will come off now. Ooh, there we go. I think I've almost got it off. It is free everywhere except this pin. There we go. I'll just apply some heat. All right, so it looks like I got this off and I didn't damage the keyboard connector. But given how much plastic's on it, that's why I wanted to remove it. Also because I didn't know if the damage went up under the connector, and it looks like it did not. But that will make it, well, actually, you know, I take that back. It actually did go under the connector right here on the on this ground. I think what's a ground. So I guess it did go under the connector. Because, yep, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the pin holding it in. So, yeah, it actually was under the connector. So, yeah. So, anyways, the one last thing I'm going to do is get this power connector off because the damage appears to be going under it. Yeah, because this pin here is connected on the top side. So yeah, let me get this power connector off and then we'll get a good look at all the damage. Yeah, this will, So anyways, just to make this easier, I'm going to go ahead and add solder and then I'll desolder. Hopefully it'll come off. So apparently, while I was doing a little research on things, so apparently AMD's 386 processors were not without controversy because apparently Intel and AMD had a little spat during the 386 era because many of y'all might know, IBM, when they developed the IBM PC, wanted a processor vendor that had a second source supplier, which was very common in the day. Basically, they wanted to be able to source every part from at least 2 suppliers, including the processor. And I think many people know that IBM had actually gone to Motorola, and they were looking at the 68000 processor as possibly being for the IBM PC. But one reason why they went with the Intel processor is because Motorola at the time did not have a second source supplier. They did later add second source suppliers, so that's why you see, if you look at it like an Amiga or a Atari ST, or you might see 68000 processors from other companies. I think Apple really only bought processors from Motorola. I don't think I've ever seen a non-Motorola processor in a 68000 Mac, unless someone's replaced it. But anyways, so AMD was one of Intel's second source suppliers for processors. And so when it came around to the 386 era, where I think Intel was making the switch to just go to, they were going to be the sole manufacturer, because I guess companies were kind of getting more comfortable with, for processors, there being only one supplier. Well, apparently Intel tried to claim to AMD that, well, their license agreement didn't cover 386, but I think Intel lost that one in court, or anyway, it was settled in AMD's favor. So AMD was allowed to continue making 386 and 486 and other compatible processors. Eventually, though, I think, I forget which platform. At some point, though, I think Intel was able to say that, no, you're not licensed to make processors for this platform. But, well, no, Joe, this wasn't the copywriting a number. This was the license agreement that AMD had signed to be a second source supplier for the 8088 processor. That was what Intel was claiming, that they didn't have the rights to make 386s, was that agreement. Because basically, in order for AMD and also, I guess, other companies... No, that one's probably quite crusty. In order for AMD, and I'm trying to think of who else, I guess it was Siemens, and... trying to think of who else I've seen make 8088 processors. There were actually a number of companies that Intel licensed the X80 or the 8088 to so that they could be second source suppliers. Oh, NEC was one of them. Which I forgot about, but which actually interestingly enough, you might have known that NEC came out with their own line of like 8088 and 8086 compatible processors. Intel, of course, sued them because Intel claimed that, well, you can't make compatible but better processors. Your license agreement didn't cover that, but NEC won. I forget what the reasoning was, but that's why NEC was able to sell V20s and V30s, and there were V20 being pin compatible with the 8088 and the V30 being pin compatible with the 8086, and there were others in that line. Actually, that is such a big ground plane there. I'm probably going to have to use solder braid. But anyways, just a little random trivia that will probably not come in handy at the next party you attend. But yeah. So I guess depending on how that court ruling went with between AMD and Intel, this motherboard might have not been made, or at least not with the 40 megahertz processor, because Intel stopped making 386s with the 33 megahertz parts and then I guess went over to the 486 line. AMD saw that there was just a bit more staying power with the 386 for the lower end of the market. Hey Adam, welcome. So that's how we got this, as I was thinking this was a budget-minded motherboard for the market, but with a rather fast processor. You know, this solder braid is working much better on these thick ground planes. And you know what else is a very thick copper trace that wicks heat like nobody's business? This solder braid itself. Caution! Don't put your fingers too close to where you got the soldering iron, because they'll get quite toasty real quick. Yeah. In reality, though, this motherboard, I mean, it's really a bare bones motherboard. There's no onboard I/O, even though I think when this board came out, that was starting to be a thing of having some onboard I/O on some boards, but I think maybe that was the higher end of the market. But to the credit of Pine Technologies, all the ISA slots are 16-bit, so and I mean, it supports 16 megabytes of RAM, which is, I think, the official maximum for the SX processor. I think it was the 386DX supports the... I think officially supports up to like 32 megabytes. Ooh, Sloppy Joes. That sounds good. Yes, Dave. Fortunately, we knew what you were talking about, because we all know the struggles of the keyboard and auto. Well, I guess in this case, at least autocorrect didn't like change that to something like way off base. Hopefully I'll get this connector off here soon. Let's see here. I'm gonna need to add some more solder to that. Yeah, auto, or as I like to call it, auto incorrect. Or, of course, I did see an email. It was trying to describe some of the new features coming to Office 365, and I was reading it thinking that, all right, maybe this will make it even harder for you to accidentally type something you didn't mean to type. And then I realized, you know, some of these changes might make it even easier. These might be like autocorrect type changes. Yeah, the 575 is a quite speedy 040. And of course my camcorder, well, giving you this lovely in-focus view of my hand. Oh. Also, this is one huge ground plane here, so don't worry. If it seems like I'm holding the desoldering iron on too long, well, maybe I am, but it's like a huge ground plane. The solder doesn't even seem to be melted yet. Yeah, that's... Okay, I'm gonna probably have to, probably will just have to use wick on those. Okay, probably have to use wick on those too. All right. Yeah, I knew this power connector was going to be annoying, but the corrosion is going under it, so... And I've got a big, huge, long spool of goot wick, so hopefully I won't run out. Yeah. All right. Oh, very nice, Eric. The W drive. I might have to get one of those. Because I was kind of thinking about getting a second floppy EMU or something like it, just so I could have one setup for Apple II and one setup for Mac. I don't have a Lisa, so I don't need one setup for that, but certainly be handy. Of course, it would also be handy if I ever wanted to, like, maybe use one on my Apple IIe card while I've got the other one connected to the LC. That would kind of require having two. All right, so did I, by chance, get this free to be able to remove it now? All right, those pins are free. That one's not. All right. Oh, oh, K-Mac, I think I know which 2C you got. Yeah. If it's the one that showed up on eBay. Okay, now there is maybe something someone in the chat might know the answer to, but so I have seen some Apple IIc's show up on eBay that where the seller claims it's the what A2S 4100 model with custom dampened Alps switches. The keycaps seem to always be white. And looks like that's a box shape. Are those actually Alps switches, or is that them trying to sell the El Horrible keyboard as an Alps keyboard? Because I thought that the Alps switches were a cross key stem, not a box key stem. And if someone needs me to show an illustration, I can probably pull it up real quick. Actually, I may need to take a little short break from soldering after I get this connector off. Because quite honestly, if I actually bother to get one of the A2S 4100 models, which are I want to make sure I get, because those ones, I think Apple pretty much switched to Alps keyboards on a lot of them, but I think some of the earlier ones of those might have still had the horrible keyboards. Oh, those are white Alps switches? Okay. All right. Good to know, Adam, because I've saw them and okay. So if the seller does actually bother to take a keycap off to show you that, then all right, that is a good sign that someone hasn't probably tried to swap parts. All right. That's good to know. Okay, sometimes they have orange amber switches too, but they're okay. The good thing is, if I see one of those, then, and it's got that style keycap, then I know it's what I'm looking for. La basura translates to the trash, yeah. Yeah, I don't want the La basura keyboard that some of the Apple IIc's had. Because I already have an Apple IIc with a La basura keyboard, and it, quite honestly, that keyboard can go in the La basura because it's bad. In fact, that keyboard is so bad, I'm willing to break my #1 rule of leaving the first one stock, because that's how bad that keyboard is. I mean, I think the Atari 400 keyboard might be better than that Apple IIc keyboard. And that's saying something. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one I saw, Adam. Yeah, it was like $139. It did exactly look like bad RAM. That that symptom looked very much like it's got MT RAM in it, because it probably does. Oh, what, you liked my, Jeremy, you liked my, my analysis that the Atari 400 keyboard is better than the La Basura Apple IIc keyboard? Because Jeremy knows how bad the Atari 400 keyboard is. It's bad. But that's how garbage that other keyboard is. I mean, I think Adam said that, you know, if you really need to resurrect one of those, I forget what the manufacturer's name is, of those Apple IIc keyboards, that you can like flood them with contact cleaner and then press each one of them 1,000,000 times, and you might actually get it to work somewhat. Yeah. Oh, hey, Jeremy. Yeah, we're having some keyboard smackdown here. And about the only other thing I can think of that's got a bad keyboard is, I mean, the ZX, the Sinclair ZX80 and had a pretty bad keyboard too. Yeah, the Hairspring 2C keyboards, those are like... All right. Yeah, I'm, Adam, I would probably ask for some parts to maybe make my Apple IIc a little more functional, but I think I'm just going to wait until I can get, just replace the Hairspring keyboard, because it's not worth it to me to try to make it work, so... I mean, if for some reason it takes too long to be able to get it to a functional state, I'll let you know, and maybe we might... we can talk, but at the moment, I think I'm just going to wait till I can get, like, either if I think Jeremy might be working on a replacement keyboard for it, or get one from Mac Effects or something like that, because that Hairspring keyboard is just really not... not worth me sinking a lot into it to get it, yeah. I mean, I'll let you know, Adam, if I do need to, if we need to talk a spare Hairspring keyboard, but I may first just wait and see if I can't get a replacement non-Hairspring keyboard for it. So... anyway, so now what I'm going to do is... okay, yeah, Adam, if I do spare the... if I do get a replacement keyboard, I will... I'll hold that Hairspring for you for some parts. Because I think one of these days, Adam, if I can finagle it, I think I might try to trade you for some... cause I think you might... you occasionally have one of the computers I'd like to get, and I may see if we can't maybe do a trade someday, but can't do that now. But I'll definitely hold that Hairspring keyboard for parts if I'd replace it. it doesn't take a lot of room. Is it? Hey, Thomas, no, it's not fixed yet. I need to see if I can't get some, clean some of this corrosion off so I can actually see if I can't see where these traces are supposed to go. I do have some photos of this board on my phone if I need to pull them up. Unfortunately, the one thing I don't really have is a photo of a board. I don't have a really good photo of this board that's where I could actually see it non-corroded, so depending on how bad this is, I may be taking some educated guesses, because I do know there is at least one trace on here that is definitely broken. I think it's on the bottom because it came off. Also, the one other thing I do know, yeah, I should pull these. That is a good suggestion, Adam. I should go ahead and pull those socketed chips out. Let me find my chip puller. I did want to do that. I do know that because I have another 386 motherboard that I think I actually did already try to... I don't think I powered this one up just because the damage was just... I think I'm going to get a new... oh, wait. I've got a better chip puller than that. That'll actually fit this BIOS chip. Whoop, that was embarrassing. All right, so now that I tried to destroy the BIOS chip, although luckily if I do damage this by accident, I do know that the image of this BIOS is available online, so it wouldn't be the end of the world. Luckily I didn't bend those pins too bad removing it. So I guess to Pine Technology's credit, that is a dual wipe socket there. Let me just see if I can't find a place to set this. Now I do know of the two 386 motherboards I have, one of the two keyboard controllers is bad. But I don't remember which one is the bad one. For some reason, I think this one's actually the one that works. I think that's the only thing on this motherboard that I've actually tested. Oh, the first few pins are tarnished? Yeah, actually, you're right. Okay. Well, we'll take some deoxit will take care of that. Yeah, they do look dead. Now that I look at it, you're right. It does look a little tarnished. That's actually, I think, the only thing on this I've tested because I didn't power this motherboard up. There was just too much damage. I knew it wasn't going to work. But the other motherboard I powered up because it had like the ever so slightly smallest. Its NiCad battery leaked too, but it had only just started leaking, so I think I really do need to take a little dab of something to maybe cover over the solder mask. Yeah, I think some deoxit in those sockets is probably in order, but I don't think the corrosion extends under them. But actually that's good. I'll probably need to have these off so I can probe the vias. because I think for some of these traces, I'll want to check for continuity. I may have to take a guess as to where they go. I guess I did want to take a moment to, because I was teasing about this other motherboard. I actually bought it at the same time. Actually, I think I may have teased it during my last live stream now that I think about it, but so why buy one 386 motherboard when you can buy two at twice the price? Now, I think this one I paid a bit more than 32 bucks for, but so I don't, oh, I guess let me zoom out just a little bit. Okay, so I don't remember who made this one right offhand. I'll have to look it up. So what you might immediately notice is that this is a 386DX motherboard. So while I do appreciate that this SX motherboard has 6 16-bit ISA slots, I guess in reality, to get such a small board, I guess it's okay there's an 8-bit slot, but hey, 16, putting 6 expansion cards in here, one's probably gonna be an 8-bit card anyways. Anyway, actually, I think the battery had just started to leak, but I think I got it out. And I don't think there's any damage on it. But I believe this is the one that had, I think this is the bad keyboard controller. I put it back on this board because I was kind of bummed because it's the Jet Key fastest keyboard BIOS. And at the moment, it's the deadest keyboard BIOS. Anyways, this is actually also a 40 megahertz, but this is actually the Am386DX40. And it's on one of these interposer boards because it's actually the surface mount version, but it's on a little interposer. There's the math coprocessor socket for the 387DX. It has 8 SIM sockets, so this will go up to 32 megabytes. And I actually, it had the tag RAM chip soldered, but I actually bought some static RAMs, so I have the cache populated. I think this board's documented online too. So this is another board I have, but there's nothing that needs repaired for it. And for those of you that are in the chat, Joe has shared some of his famous humor. An LED that no longer emits light is a dark emitting diode. Yes, it is definitely a dead. So anyways, I will have to, actually, one of the bits I need for when I get back to these boards is need to get a replacement keyboard controller so I can actually be able to use both. So, but anyways, this would have been the budget-oriented board back in the day. I mean, oh, Joe, you're gonna kill my audience from laughter or groaning so hard. One. Joe's next joke. My humor is so dry, I've had to install a humidifier in the house. All right. I guess if anyone's got any good dad jokes, let's just go ahead and get it out of everyone's system. Please don't make me regret this. All right, I think we might have our first candidate for trace that might be no longer with us right here. Yeah, I think that trace is gone. Yep, I think this trace here is gone. or it's just like really corroded one. Is this my new workbench, Justin? No, I haven't changed anything in the basement. My new setup is actually upstairs for scripted videos. So I don't, while I would like to build a workbench that is a little deeper so that I can actually put my test instruments in front of me, at the moment I'm setting up a something for doing scripted videos. So I will not be moving my soldering operations to there. Now, maybe someday I may better maybe pretty up the shelves behind me here. Then I'd kind of like to maybe move them so that they're a little closer and maybe define the hallway, although not that I really need a well-defined hallway. Yeah, at the moment, actually at the moment, this is quite appropriate, Thomas, because this is the keyboardless model. It's also the BIOS-less model, so you can't get into trouble on this one. You can't accidentally run viruses. You can't accidentally type the wrong password. Hey, you can't even accidentally type format C:/U because there's no keyboard and no keyboard controller. So this is the safe computing option. Now the ultra safe computing option also removes the ISA slots because I mean you could probably do bad things with those. Well, we might as well remove the SIM slots because I'm sure you could do something bad with those. Yeah, might as well. Yeah, I mean, you could install the math coprocessor wrong, so might as well ditch that. Nah. I guess we got to leave the processor. You really don't have much of a computer. We'll just remove the tantalums because those could short and explode. That's the ultra safe version. Okay, Dave's got a good one here. Now we know that's why Joe wears the googly eyes. That way he can hide those dry eyes. Yeah. Yeah. And now I can see in my mind Joe is wearing his eyeglasses even though we can't see them right now, just because. And now if Joe wasn't wearing them, now he is because now he knows that we're thinking about it. So. And then if we're really lucky, Joe is now taking a selfie of himself and posting to his Discord to prove that he now has his eyes on, just because I mentioned it. And I'm expecting that I will see a Discord Badoop and a couple... Oh, wait, I don't have Discord open. Well, maybe that's just for the better. I'm not going to open Discord now. Okay, so... It looks like... Looks like I would like to get a little more of this corrosion off the board. Yeah, I'm going to tin these traces because they're probably much thinner now than they were originally. Plus, that'll be a good way to protect them until I... And actually, I wouldn't necessarily need to put solder mask on them if I tin them, because that'll also protect them. All right. Joe needs a cup of Joe. Yuck. Well, I don't know that Joe needs coffee right now. He's probably drinking a soda of some sort. I would guess brands, but I don't necessarily know what was on sale in his local area this week. Okay, okay. All right, Joe's all right, Joe's really done it this time. All right. I demanded and Joe delivered. All right. Joe is wearing his googly eyes. There we go. And he's watching my stream. Yay! All right. And these are some of the zany antics that we get from Joe's Discord. All right, back to the board. Yeah. Yes. Yay, I can stay on Joe's Discord. All right, so what I'm going to do here is well, first I'm going to try to apply some solder to the board, because then I'm going to try to tin these traces. Actually, you know, there's... Oh, no. Let me just do it this way. Too late, Joe. We saw all the tabs you have open. But I might have more tabs open. Maybe not necessarily on this computer. This computer, I think, has a sane number. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, I drowned that in so much flux, my tube is now empty. Well, actually, you'll see in a moment what I was trying to do, Jeremy. I was just trying to get some solder on the board, which, yeah, probably the flux will help get it to flow. I was trying to get some solder on the board so I could then... Oh, yeah, there we go. Because then I was going to take the... I was going to try to take some solder wick and try to use that to... start to spread this around. this is actually, was one of, well, actually I guess I can just use the soldering iron tip if I get enough flux here. Because one thing I wanted to do is try to tin these traces that I thought might be broken. Because if I can tin them, then I just know it was probably corrosion. And actually, it looks like some of them might be broken, but the gaps might be small enough that I might be able to actually... Yeah, very little wick. Yeah. I guess I was trying to copy Bruce. He seems to use wick. Although probably not a lot. I think the problem was I just got too much solder on the board at first. Yeah, Necroware is actually, I think, one of the more recent channels I've subscribed to. Actually. Anyways, so we'll get these traces tinned. Actually, let me spread the flux over here. Just put a little more solder on my soldering iron. Actually, yes, I do have my little smoke absorber running, but it's unfortunately not really pulling that well towards it. There we go. Oh, yeah, you can use the wick to great effect if it is oversaturated with solder. Yeah, that end is oversaturated. Which is what I was trying to do, but on those ground planes, it was kind of actually sticking. All right, so there we go. There's where we have copper. And actually everywhere that there's copper there now, it should be tinned. And the nice thing is if I have to come back to this for some reason, I won't have to worry about it corroding on the top. I'll get the bottom and then, so I'm gonna do the same thing on the bottom, just to kind of tin what's there to get an idea of what condition it's in. But I can already see that it looks like there are a few breaks here on the top. So let me tin the bottom and then I'll pull the microscope out and we'll take a closer look at this. But I think I can see, it looks like there are a couple broken traces on the top. They might be small enough, I might be able to jump them with a solder blob. I may just need to use a small piece of enamel wire to encourage the solder to go to the right place. So we'll see. But let me do that same thing on the bottom, just because I was having a hard time seeing what we had here. But actually first let me I want to clean a little bit of the flux off because I'm going to take the fiberglass pin to this another time. I don't want to gum up my fiberglass pin with flux. And then I'll tin this and then we'll see what we got. So anyways, If I guess for those of you that have that might have just joined, because actually I think I've got 10 viewers right now. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe if you aren't already. And if you're watching the replay, leave a comment. Let me know if you have any 386 memories from growing up. And for both the chat and as well as comments, if you're watching a replay, if you know of any 386 era games for DOS that you think I should check out, let me know. Bonus points if they actually would be nice for a 16 megahertz 386. Also, Planet X3 doesn't count. I already have that game. Planet X3 plays great on an 8088, so I know it'll play great on a 386. I'd be able to play it in VGA. That would probably be about the only difference. All right, so now that I ran out of the 213 ATF, I'm going to have to order another tube of it. Because actually, I am going to order another tube of this. I like this. This flux seems to work for me. Ooh, I think Joe just sent me a game suggestion. And now I got to see what it is. The Golden Wombat of Destiny. And it's freeware. I like it. All right. Yes. This video will go in the December playlist. All right. If I think about it, I will maybe put a prompt in the description so that if people don't watch the whole thing, maybe they'll at least... Or I'll pin a comment. Or maybe if someone wants to leave a comment on this video now, assuming you can leave comments while I'm live streaming, I'll pin the first one. And if the comment would be to, hey, if you've got a favorite game you remember playing on the 386, leave it in the comments. Justin will check some of them out for December. That'd be great. And I'll pin the first one. Because... it'll be my luck that I'll either have 0 people do it or I'm going to have like 10 people do it. Also, if you do buy Amtech and they send you 2 of these tips, because actually last time I bought Flux was when I bought this. They actually sent me 2 tips for this, and I put the smaller of the 2 on it, thinking, hey, this will help me save flux. Well, yeah, it also makes it incredibly hard to dispense a lot of flux when you need to flood the board with flux. So let me see if I can't find... Let me see if I can't find another tip. I've got a... I should probably add this to my links if I don't already, but for such an occasion where I maybe need to dispense bulk, like if I buy a bulk jar of flux, I've got some of these, and it came with an assortment of tips. So since I can't find the other one Amtech sent me, because it's probably under something on my desk, let me just instead grab one from this assortment. Luckily, they're all those various syringes for dispensing chemicals like this, they all use a, I think it's called a lure lock. So, luckily, the tips from that assortment, and there we go. Now, there we go. That's better. I can put my smaller tip on later for when I want to economize flux. But also, I think my coworker that tipped me off to that, he uses those also for if he's applying like glues or something like that. You can also that's another thing that those can be handy for. So let me oh, that's probably actually there's so much of a ground plane on the back of this board. I'm not going to try to use the flux or the wick. I'm just going to use my soldering. I'm just going to use the tip of my soldering iron and lots of flux. And there we go. I'll put the fan a little closer. So basically, I'm tinning, just tinning this side like I did the other side, so I can better see what's broken. Because if it's broken, then there's nothing for the solder to tin. And also because, well, I was going to tin them anyways. Just because it would afford me some time over solder mask. I mean, I'll put solder mask on this when I know I'm done with the board, just to kind of, so that there's, to reduce the chance that I might actually short something against the board in the case. Guess let me though. I guess for some of these thinner traces. So don't need the solder to be as thick. Let me see. Doesn't look like I have anything bridged. I would like to maybe clean this up just a little bit so it looks neater. There we go. There we go. Well, all right. I do see one spot here. Let me, kind of looked like there might be some corrosion under the solder mask. Right there. Maybe there's not. All right. Let me just take a little bit of this and all right. Let's see. So on the bottom side of the board, just kind of taking a high level look, kind of looks like there might be something going on here. Oh, I think it was just a little spot of solder mask that was left. All right, I'll tin that. I thought there was a broken trace on the bottom, but maybe the piece of trace that came off might have actually been from the top side of the board. Yeah, maybe it was. because it looked like it was, the piece that I found was about that wide, but I don't see anywhere right offhand where it looks like a trace that wide broke off on the bottom. So, okay, maybe it came from the top of the board. If I don't see a place where it... I will be a bit concerned if I don't see anything that looks like that piece of copper came from. Because then that might mean I'm overlooking something. Or I have a bigger break than I think I do. Actually, kind of... Well, looks... All right. Yeah. Yep, this flux I pulled out after running out of the 213 that I normally use. I don't know, it's gumming up on me. I don't like it as much. I mean, it works. I mean, I do like the fact that it's a little more transparent so you can see through it easier, but it's like, in fact, you can almost kind of see it. It's like gumming up on me. I don't like that. But the solder is flowing good, so I mean, I'll use it. I'll use it up. I'm not going to let the... I will not let the tube of flux go to waste. I will use it. I'm not saying it's a bad flux, because it does seem to be doing its job. It's just getting a little gummier than I would like after heating. Although maybe there's some residue on the board causing that. But yeah, yeah. Adam's first Intel computer was a Macintosh. Yeah, does not surprise me. Try checking the chat. Eric's Edge started gaming with the 486 era. Okay. Well, I mean, there may be the opportunity someday to recommend a 486 game. I just don't have a 486 for this December. Joe's saying, drown this thing in solder, let it feel your wrath. Yeah, I feel like I've drowned it in solder pretty well. And at least the bottom side of the board looks like it's in decent shape. It's the top side that looks like it took the brunt of the damage, which makes sense. That's where the battery was. Let's see here. Joe's also saying, lead pudding. Yeah, don't eat this. I mean, I did hear the story once about an intern that was soldering, and one of the engineers walked in one day, and while this intern was soldering, and they wet the end of the solder as if it was thread that you were about to put through a needle, and well, let's just say the intern was told, don't do that again. So yeah, don't need to wet the solder with flux, not saliva. Let's see. Joe's singing in the chat. Maybe someday I'll have to record Joe's greatest hits. Volumes 1 through something. Joe's unique hits, maybe? High-end minerals, yeah. Let's see, Frank asks, my first computer was a Timex Sinclair 1000, then a C64, then an 8088. Ah, very nice. Adam McGee is seemingly basically named all the really nice vintage processors. Yeah. Z80, 6502, 65C02, 65C816, 68000, 68030, 68040, numerous PowerPC nonsense, Core 2 Duo, etc. Yep. Yes, I did notice you left out the 020, but that's kind of the one of the more forgettable 68,000 processors. See, Adam McGee had a Adam McGee made an Atari 2600 out of sand at the beach in Hawaii one summer when he had to leave it at home. Yeah. Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. His first computer was the 128K Macintosh. Wow. So we have a longtime Mac user. Couldn't have used any. Well, I guess you could have had one of the Mac XLs, but other than that, yeah. Let's see here. Joe's got his hands on an 8-bit computer. That doesn't surprise me. Adam listed CPUs he's owned in order. Okay, that's what that list of CPUs was. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like the bottom of this board. I was looking. There is a via here that I'm somewhat concerned about. Of course, it might be just simply because it's clogged. Let me see if I can clean it out. All right. Okay, let me see if I can't clear a couple of these vias out so I can double check they actually have continuity. I think it's this one. Or not continuity, but yeah, continuity between the two sides. Actually, that via kind of looks like it's gone. Oh, and I'm off the screen. I'm still off the screen. There we go. That's better. Actually, I may have an idea where that piece of copper came from now. Oh, no, actually, that's probably fine. Okay. I think the trace that I thought there was supposed to be something connecting this, but it's actually on the other side of the board. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I see the... Okay. Just checking the board here. And I'll have to check those on the bottom. Okay. So first, let me... So this looks like it should be connected here, and it is. Okay. This is actually connected on the other side of the board. That's connected on the other side of the board. Let's see here. Actually, I think I see where the piece of copper came from. I believe there's a connection that should be right there. I think that's where the piece of copper came from on the bottom side, is right there. Because if I look at what this was connected to, let's see here. I've got a picture of the bottom side of the board. I'll double check, because it might actually have been like flimsily hanging on for dear life on the picture. So that was, assuming I haven't knocked these components out of order, I believe that was a ceramic capacitor that was there. And that trace is going to that trace goes to, okay, so it goes to a pin of the chip that was under the BIOS chip, because right here's that that chip. Oh, I think I know. That's going to be the no, I was wrong. Let's see here. So that is a DM740SN. That trace is going to what appears to be pin 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Pin 12. DM740SN. I'll have to look that up. Let me see what that is. DM740SN, because I want to verify the, I want to verify that it looks sensible that there would be a connection. But I don't see a data sheet for that chip. Okay, so where's the other? All right. So that trace, oh, actually I can kind of see the, there we go. If you kind of look at the board, it does look like there was something there. So I think that was where it I think there was a trace there. And that goes to here. And that is, I think, the keyboard controller. No, that is not the keyboard controller. No, wait, actually, I think that is the keyboard controller. It's going to be pin, I think pin 1 of the keyboard controller. All right. Let me double check the photo I took. Photos. Ah, yes, and actually, now that I checked the photo, so right here is that trace. And yeah, that is where that piece of copper came from. Okay, so we've got our first trace break. All right, so to fix this trace break, I am going to use, because I'm not sure what the current capacity of that trace is. But it doesn't look like it's really big, so I'm just going to use a piece of enameled wire. And I think that'll do quite nicely. So let me... Ugh. Okay. So let me first take care of my soldering iron, because the tip is just all sorts of nasty. There we go. Oh, I may have to check that. I may have just shorted the something together that wasn't supposed to be shorted. So let me see if I can't add some flux first. Well, all right. Well, maybe let me burn the enamel off first. It might actually solder better if there's no enamel in the wire. So, there we go. Oh, I need more. All right, let's see here. Enameled wire is a little bit fiddly. All right, so I have it tacked down. Let me come over here and burn off the enamel, and there we go. And now, so I got that piece of enamels there. Should be connecting both sides. And now I'm going to tempt fate and clean that up just a little bit. And all right, there we go. I think that actually, I think that might have actually done it. Let me just clean a little bit of the flux off. Probably would help me to maybe, there we go, a little more in my I don't fill it too full, just in case I manage to set it alight. It'll limit how much is in there to burn off, because I'm sure the high quality plastic that bathroom cup is made out of would probably melt fairly quickly. And all right, so there we go. Now, I believe if I put my meter there, and this is actually just a, it's an X-Tech meter. Yay! I have continuity there now. And, oh, and I've got continuity there. All right. Yay. All right, so I think everything else on this board, let me just check a couple things here. So this trace here, the way the solder looks, it looks like it was kind of gnarly. I might, okay, so that's making contact. It, I don't know. I think I'm gonna remove the solder mask off that little bit there, because even though on the camera it looks fine, oh, actually, yeah, it does look a little suspect there. So let me, okay, it was just a solder mask. The solder mask was just a little bit dark. I don't think there was anything with this copper pad, but let's see, I should have some solder on the iron, so let me just tin that. There we go. All right, that trace is fine. I think it just really needed tinned to restore some of the integrity. Let's see here. I think this one here, did I already check that one? Yeah, I already checked that one. That one looks good. That's the one I just fixed. Yep, that one's fine. Let's see here. This big trace here. Yeah, that's fine. That's only connected on this side. All right, so I think we got the bottom side sorted out. Yay! One trace. So when I'll put solder mask on that, and that'll solidify that connection. I think that one enamel wire there should be good for that connection, because that really isn't a very big trace. All right. Of course, now the actually, let me get some of this gummy flux off the board. So I can see traces. Okay, there are a few that look suspect. All right, we'll see you later, Adam. All right, so let me see here. This trace here, that looks all right, that immediately looks suspect there. In two spots. All right. So first of all, this right here. Okay. I think that was just a dark spot on the solder mask. Okay, so I'll tin that. But this area right here, oh, okay, that looks good now too. I think I just didn't get through all the corrosion. All right, so let me, I think I can fix this here with just tinning that, and that should probably restore the integrity of that. See, I don't think that was... There we go. Oh, I think I did miss a... Fix that. Where did the... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think this is a ground trace. Okay, so... Or 5 volts. I know there's a 5 volt line around here too. Okay, so this here well, okay, this may be, see, I think these are the ground. Okay, so there's ground. So is this a ground trace? Yes, so that is a ground trace that comes around here. It's hard to hear, but actually let me turn this off, the fan off, so I can hear the beeps. I think I need to put new batteries in my meter. It's not beeping as loud as it used to. Okay, so that's ground. Because these are the 3 connectors that the keyboard connector is in for mechanical rigidity. All right, so this big trace here is good. Comes around to there. That looks good. We don't have continuity to this other trace. I was afraid I might have shorted something, because I think this trace here is possibly 5 volts. Ah, yep. I think this is 5 volts. Looks like we've got a good connection there. Okay. So now we get to some of these traces around here. And I think I see what looks like it used to be a trace here. I think I'm going to have to pull the socket. I think I'm going to have to remove the socket. Because I just realized there's a trace right here. It looks super nasty, and it's going right up to that socket. And in fact, I can't tell if the trace is there enough to fix or not. In fact, I think the trace next to it has a break in it too. All right, so I'm going to have to pull this the keyboard encoder socket off. Don't know. Actually, I think I've got a replacement socket, because I will probably have to. Well, I don't know if I'll be able to save this socket. In the grand scheme of things, it's probably not worth saving, since I can just put a new one on it. All right. And I don't think that socket's coming off without adding new solder first. All right, so let's see. There we go. I think that... Yeah, I know it's bridged, Joe, but I'm removing the socket, so... I'll take care of the bridge as I get to it. Claris is unhappy. I think that's just because that's on a ground plane. I also seemingly have misplaced the cleaning needle. There we go. Of course, the way Joe typed bridge into the chat has me wanting something completely different. Tea, Earl Grey, hot. Also, y'all are making me thirsty. Also, I think that's the department of Jeremy's Retro Bar. Although, he would probably have a video where his drink would be like a festive cranberry gin and tonic with real cranberry garnish or something like that. And I have no idea if that's a real drink or not. I just made that up. I mean, I've seen enough of his videos of the drinks he makes at the beginning of videos that I just made that one up. Then again, I think that sometimes, though, he does something simple like just eggnog. I think he did have a video where that just was it. It was eggnog. But yeah. Disclaimer, Justin mixed things together based on things he's seen Jeremy's Retro Bar makes and things that seemed like they should go together. Those items may or may not actually go together. Please drink responsibly. I will not be responsible if for disgust if cranberries, gin, and tonic don't actually go together, because I have no idea. Beats me. I just made something up. Although if I just made up a new drink and it actually tastes good, well, I guess I'll take credit, but I don't know. I'll just put it this way. When I go to the kitchen and I start mixing things up to that sound like they should be good together, because I want to try to make a new dish of my very own. I don't know that I have a good track record of just mixing things up. Well, one way or another, this keyboard encoder socket is coming off this board. I do not know why it is being so troublesome. All right, Jeremy's creation from 2005. 14 ounces mac and cheese, 2 cans of tuna, 1 can cream of mushroom soup, 1 can cream of chicken soup. His kids can't get enough of that dish. Actually, it does sound pretty good. Actually, also seems, although I don't think my mom, she didn't use mac and cheese, but my mom has a turkey tetrazzini recipe that is pretty good and flexible, that I've actually made it with tuna instead of chicken or turkey. But yeah, noodles, cream of something soup. Breadcrumb topping. Mushrooms. Put some mushrooms in it. I think you could even probably put some veggies in it too, and it'd be pretty good. Then again, reference my statement of I can, my track record of making new things is not that great. Although at least now I have a new trick I can try next time I try to make something, and the chef at work was telling me that, and the chef at the cafeteria at work was telling me that if you make something and it's tasting a bit salty, add a little bit of vinegar to it, and it'll kind of get rid of some of the saltiness taste. So some of my creations go wrong because it kind of is a little on the salty side. All right. Good night, Frank. Thanks for joining. I do enjoy eggplant parmesan. That's maybe about the only thing I enjoy eggplant. Yes, I will agree though. A good eggplant parmesan does take, has a lot of preparation and takes a lot of time to make. Fortunately, I know of a local restaurant that probably still has it on their menu. It's actually not a, it's a pretty good eggplant parmesan. I've been told by someone who was actually in Italy that it is really close to the way they make it in Italy. In fact, now I want eggplant parmesan. I may have to go there soon. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you do it. Definitely, you have to make it right. Because, yeah, I do not like eggplant if it's the wrong texture. But this restaurant, I think, knows how to prepare it properly. Because it is a... the eggplant is very well prepared and... Yes, it's definitely not too mushy the way they make it. Now I really want eggplant parmesan. You know, it's been so long since I've been to the Olive Garden that I don't miss it. Yeah, it's... It's, yeah. Quite honestly, yeah, it's kind of a... Yeah, it's overrated. I agree. No two words. I mean, when your whole gig is unlimited salad and breadsticks, I mean... All right, I'm just basically gently prying this because I'm trying to figure out what I have loose and what I don't. Yes, I can definitely tell you, if anyone in the chat ever is in the Charlottesville area, that'd be Charlottesville, Virginia, I either probably know where everyone likes to eat at for different types of food, or if it's a type of food I don't normally eat, I could probably very easily let you know what you want to check out while you're in the area. There's definitely a lot of good restaurants. There's a lot of expensive restaurants in the area, too. So yes, I could even provide budget options and suggestions, because I can figure those out, too. Yeah, I probably should try hot air. It's the option I forget. Ugh. I keep forgetting that's a way to get those out. Also, my hot air. Let me go plug it in. Thai food. Yes. A moment, but actually, I think I'll have to get back to you on that. I was about to say I thought I know which one it was, but I don't eat Thai food that often, and the one I was about to say I think is under new management. So let me haven't been there in a while. So yeah, I will. I can ask. I'll ask at work and see if that place is still good or if there's a better one. So I'm sure someone at work has eaten Thai food. But yeah, there's I know there's a couple Thai restaurants. So yeah, that's definitely, yeah, there's probably restaurants for about every type of cuisine. Probably more than one. I mean, I could even say if you, I do know if you're in the area and you're going to Monticello, that Mitchie's Tavern is worth the visit. And they're actually really close to Monticello. They do a era. They serve things that would have been served in the era, so it's actually it's worth the visit. And actually, they're kind of like right there at Monticello. Yeah, thanks, Eric. I'll talk to you later. If it says anything about Mitchie's Tavern, they do a special on the off season when I guess it's kind of not the tourist season. They usually have a coupon, and I've actually been tempted to maybe go there in the off season just. Just as a special special dinner. So yeah, you know, maybe if I put some flux. There we go. That might. There. Hold on. I know I'm kind of off the board, or off screen, but yeah, added flux, and it really started to smoke. So bear with me while I have the. Whoopsie. Well, all right. Yeah, smash that like button while I deal with the socket that. Well, I was kind of trying to save the socket because I wasn't sure I had a spare, but let me just put it this way. I melted the socket. I didn't mean to. All right, I got the socket out for the most part. Unfortunately, these jumper pins here are going to have to come out because I pretty much I think melted the socket into them. So let me go ahead and pull these out here real quick. And it looks like I might have to remove the BIOS socket too because it looks like I melted it. Yeah, that socket refused to let go, and At least the one thing is I didn't melt the ISO slot yet, so... I've got some capacitors I want to reattach. Alright, at least I'm on screen now. Ugh. Yeah, alright. Alright, so let me get this socket out real quick. Yeah, I'm not sure the hot air was actually the great idea because I think I ended up doing more than I wanted to do. Yep. You know, I really don't know that these were that great of a socket, because... Yeah, that resistor looks a bit toasty, too. It might just be melted plastic on it. Oh, well, that... Oh, that tantalum capacitor there. Yeah, I may have to... Yeah, I may have a few components I'd replace just because. Oh. Well... Well, there went that logic chip. It's out. Well, I guess the one good thing is I can test that logic chip and make sure it's good. I mean, it should be good. I don't know if it's maybe... Do I have my... I don't think my hot air station's too hot. I just think those were really bad sockets. Well, there went that tantalum. Well... And... Well, these three electrolytic capacitors here. One of them popped. Okay. Yeah. Quit while I'm ahead. Well... Okay, at the rate that went horribly. That went horribly wrong. Yeah, those, I don't know what it was about those sockets, but those sockets were awful. Okay, so the 7406 chip is probably fine. It's got some melted plastic on it. I'll clean it up. It's probably fine. Assuming it tests, it probably is fine. In fact, that plastic will probably... Oh, that plastic might be well adhered to it. Okay. Well, I'll try to clean it up. It's only 11 o'clock. Let me see if I can get to a stopping point where I can... All right, so this tantalum cap was in under the BIOS socket. So it's got plastic melted to it. I'll probably have to just replace it if I can figure out what value it is. Here's the 3 electrolytic caps that were by the RAM sockets. One of them actually popped. So, or I think it was one of these that popped. Something on the board popped, and I'm pretty sure it was a capacitor. The 2 sockets are like... Oh, there's what's left of the sockets. They melted. That... You know, I'm not sure I'm going to categorize this board as budget-oriented anymore. I'm going to call this board cheap. I think those quite possibly were the cheapest sockets they could get. Interestingly enough, they were dual wipe, but I guess being a dual wipe socket doesn't mean it's a good dual wipe socket. Yeah, I got melted plastic on the board. That's going to be fun to remove. Yeah. Extra Basura. Yeah. Yeah, those were... Yeah, extra Basura sockets. Extra garbage. That... Yeah, that's just... I mean, I don't think my hot air station was too hot, but I think those sockets were just that bad. Well, I guess at least the one thing is the plastic is more or less coming off the solder mask. Oh, and on the bright side, now that the socket's not here to interfere with me scraping the corrosion there, it does look like that trace that I thought was broken might actually just been that corroded and I just couldn't scrape it. So there's that going for it. I think I'm going to have to put a new blade on my... I'm going to have to replace the blade. It's got plastic melted to it, or stuck to it, now that I've tried to scrape some of this plastic away. Yeah. All right, so this resistor's fine. I've got plenty of jumpers to replace these jumpers. I'll have to probably replace that tantalum because it's got plastic melted to it now. I guess I can... Yeah, let me test this logic chip here. The logic chip that I didn't want to remove, but it was an unwilling participant. think that hot air would have worked better if I was removing chips, not sockets. I should have probably just, if I'd realized how badly those sockets were going to come out, I should have just cut them apart and removed them in segments. That's probably what I really should have done, and not tried to remove them as I should have stopped trying to remove them intact. Cut the plastic apart. In fact, that plastic was so bad, I probably could have cut the plastic and been left with pins and then just pushed the pins out with the soldering iron. That's what I should have done. Instead, now I've got 3 electrolytic capacitors that I'll have to see if I got enough of a picture to know what value they were. Or maybe I've got just enough of the label left on one of them. Oh, I might be lucky. I think, because the label's pretty much melted. I think I might be lucky. I think there's just enough of a label on one of them. I mean, I could probably, honestly, I could probably guess what the value would be just based on what they were. I mean, they do look like they're 3 identical caps. Let me see if I can't, well, hold on. Having trouble, I mean, they're probably like 10 microfarad. There we go, 10. Well, actually, I think that's 10 volts. 105 degrees C. All right, well, I'll have to see if by chance I can tell what they are. No, 15 volt. Oh, 25 volts maybe? 10 microfarad, 25 volts. Does that maybe... That actually would make sense to me. Yeah, they're smaller. Yeah, they're probably like 1025s. Okay, let me plug my oh. Okay, I'm sure Windows just warned me about unplugging that device. Wait a minute. That feel. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, did I? Let's see here. Let me open up the Mini Pro Programmer software. Screen share. I wish I could make that window bigger. So I think that is a 7406. Yeah, that's why I couldn't find the data sheet. I thought it was an S. It's a 6. Okay, so 7406. Awesome. It's supported by the software. So it looks pretty gnarly because there's melted plastic on it. But it's deader than a doornail too. Wow. All right. Can you tell that I really thought that it was going to tell me that it test okay on all 6 channels? I really thought it was going to tell me it was okay. But apparently... apparently, it's extra not okay. Let me see if I can get it clean enough so I can confirm that that the silkscreen marking is actually correct. Yeah, okay, there it's a 7406. Sure enough. And it's dead. It's dead Jim. It's dead Jim, it's dead Jeremy, it's dead Dave, it's dead I'm not sure who else is still in the chat. It's dead. All right. Someone's going to get a sizable order. I mean, some of these parts, I think I may have sockets. I think I have sockets on hand. Now, whether there's the sockets that are going to really work with the chip underneath is another story. This tantalum cap, I think I'm going to hope this tantalum cap is good enough that I can put it in the tester and figure out what value it is. Let me just say that I'm going to have to watch my own live stream to probably remember some of these details. Yeah. I don't normally watch my own live streams later, but I'm going to have to in this case so I can remember what components I need to order. So I guess I need some 25 volt, 10 microfarad electrolytic caps, a 7406. Looks like this tantalum cap is... Actually, this tantalum cap's still good. I'll probably put it back in if I can get enough of the plastic off of it. But it looks like it's about 100, it's probably 100 nanofarad. Which would make it like a 0.1 microfarad. Actually, I probably have some caps that would work for this. Oh, actually, there is one problem, though. I may have to replace it anyways, because there's just enough melted plastic on it, and I cannot see the stripe on it anymore. So I'm probably going to have to replace it just because I can't see the stripe. And I know this is a tantalum cap. And I'd rather just replace it than risk blowing a crater in the board because, well, I've already done enough damage. Okay, so I need probably a 0.1 tantalum if I don't already have one. Check for sockets. Yep, this is going to be a two-parter repair, with the second part probably being in 2 weeks. Or 3 weeks or something, because I'm gonna have to order parts, and I mean, maybe I'll get parts in by next week. Anyways, I guess to finish out the live stream, I might as well at least maybe see if I can't clean up the solder out of these vias that I'm going to need to put components back in. Just so I can make sure that I can, like, that I didn't damage anything. Yeah, you know, now that I think about it, those sockets were probably made out of plastic. They were probably the cheapest dual wipe sockets they could buy. Usually, the better sockets, I think, are actually kind of made out of, like, maybe have some glass-infused plastic or a better grade of plastic, so they're a little more heat-resistant. They at least give you a little bit of working time. Well, at least these vias seem to be cleaning up decently. You know, I may check. I may actually have some 7406s, but the question is, I don't know if they're going to be the right type. Because that was just a 7406. I'll have to see if I can read the letters before it. So I don't know if for a 7406, if I need to use a like an HCT grade or a ALS or a HC or what. Because I know depending on what speed grade the original was, that can determine... Oh, Jeremy, I do not own either a VIC-20 or a C64. I wish I had a C64, but I do not own one. I don't own a VIC-20. In fact, the only thing from Commodore I have is an Amiga. Yep. I guess the one good thing about so much destruction on the board is I can now see very clearly around the everything around the board where there could have been corrosion. And of course, I wish I had enough on this board that I could actually maybe power it up and make sure that it was going to work if I replaced everything that failed, but oh well. That'll just add to the mystery and intrigue. I'll probably order... Actually, since I'll probably have to order a small tantalum, I may just go and replace these two components that are half out of their sockets. But at the moment, because I already have enough components that I got to remember where they came from, I'm just going to leave those exactly like they are. I know where they were on the board. And besides, they should be... I have a picture of the board. I mean, I took a picture of this board for creating the thumbnail, and it's probably has enough detail in it that I can figure out what went where. I mean, I can luckily I can see the polarity markings for these three caps here, so we're good. I'm good there. The 7406, like the silk screen's intact there. Besides, for at least the BIOS chip, it's I can tell which direction it was in, so not worried there. I took a close-up of some of these components here, which actually I may have gotten a good enough view of these capacitors I can confirm the value. Yeah, the corrosion looks like it stayed away from the SIM sockets. Because actually, if it had gone that far, I'd probably declare it a total loss, because that would be pretty bad. But yeah, it didn't go close enough to the SIM sockets that I'm worried. All right, so let me see if I can't just finish cleaning up these vias. So I used wick, so now I'm just kind of, for the ones that the wick didn't get clean, I'm just going to use this. Should make pretty quick work of them. Let's see that one. Yeah, and luckily I didn't melt the ISO slot. Because that would have been a shame. Then I would have been down to 5 ISO slots. Although as close as this is to that ISO slot, I'm still not totally in the clear. Let's And actually the, I mean, even if I did realize that I can't fix this board, at least the ISO slots are in good shape, so I can have them for parts. And I'd hot air the processor off. It's always possible I could put it on another board. All right. I think this one's the last one, and having trouble getting it to stay where I want it. I may have to use solder wick there. I think all the other vias are up. No. Oh, actually, yeah, I think they are clean. Yeah. I'm just using, no, almost. That one's. And these two here. Nope. Let me get those from the underside. Oh, they're on a ground plane. That's why they were so tricky. All right. That one's going to need braid. All right. Okay, that's clear. Whoop. There's the jumpers. All right. Well. Oh. All right. Well, that via is being stubborn. Let me add some solder, and now that'll probably come clean. Let's see here. Any others that are stubborn? Here. That was right there. All right. Well, I'm sure when I start to put components in, I'm probably going to find that I missed a spot, but... All right. At least I'm going to leave this board in a state where I can actually work on it next time. So I'm going to just clean the board. Because mainly what I want to do, I just want to make sure that that in my efforts of cleaning and corrosion removal, that there's not anywhere else I need to tin to keep it from corroding until the next stream. As well as just to make sure there's like not anything else that I need to, that I realize I damaged so I can order parts. So on the underside, it looks like I kind of baked some of the flux on. Although it might be that I just kind of melted some of the plastic onto the bottom of the board. That might be what I did there. Okay. Alright, so I think that will be fine until the next stream. Alright, my repair is still intact. Alright, so let's check the top side. This is probably where things get a bit dicier. Okay, so I do see I got a couple traces to tin here just to keep them from corroding. Also looks like there might actually be some broken traces around the 7406. Because I see what looks like, or it may just be because they're not, they got, some of the trace got tinned here, so I can't see the rest of the trace, but it kind of looks like those two might be broken. Might be a break there. It's possible that's damage from I may have accidentally damaged those trying to remove the sockets. Alright, so let me tin these traces that are bare. I mean, I'm sure this board would probably go 2 weeks and it wouldn't be too bad, but since I got the soldering iron fired up and whatnot, let me just go ahead and let's go ahead and do it. So let's see here. This needs tinned here. And it looks like there's a little there. And I guess I can see if I try to tin that, if that actually tins. And it looks like there is a little there. Okay. All right, let's see what that okay, well that's good. That one trace that I thought was broken is actually, it's fine. It was just badly corroded. Okay. That trace there I just simply scraped off. It's also where I'd scraped a little more corrosion off. And okay. Now, in these cases, though, it does look like that there is... Yeah, it does look like there's broken traces there. Oh, maybe not. Maybe... I'll have to probably take a look at that. No, I think the traces are broken. Okay. And those are some pretty fine traces, so that'll put my skills to the test. But not tonight. I think tonight I will, I'll start to search for some of the parts I need. Try to maybe get an order into Mauser tomorrow. Or Monday. I may wait till Monday. Because I just realized I need to get some data to Thomas Armstrong, so... Which I believe will necessitate me ordering some parts to build something. So, Thomas, I'll try to get you that data, and maybe I'll wait till Monday to order parts from Mauser or whichever vendor I go with, so I can get a chance to just go ahead and put those parts for that board on the order for the one I'm building, because then I only have to pay 1 shipping instead of 2. But I did get the boards, and I'll measure the... I got to look at a photo of the board so I can... because I don't remember which pads are actually the capacitors and which are resistors. But I guess it's a small teaser because I got one of the boards sitting right here. But so there we go. Because actually, what I didn't realize, Thomas, because randomly one of the emails from Osh Park went to spam, but not any of the others. Actually, I think because our board was so small and they had a little bit of extra space on one of their super fast fab runs, our order got upgraded to the faster turnaround time because they had available panel space in that I forget what they call it, but they've got their standard, Osh Park has their standard service. Yeah, 0805 and 1215. Yeah, I was gonna okay, I didn't know if you needed me to measure the pads to confirm sizes or if you'd figured that out. So there's a look at the board. I know everyone else will just have to wait to figure out what it is, or you'll be able to read the text on it, I guess. It's a cute little board. All right, well, if you needed me to measure anything on it, let me know. Otherwise, I'll probably, I guess on Discord, send me your address, and I'll, let me figure out how much it'll be to send you those the 3 of the boards, and what I can maybe get away with actually putting them in. I'm going to see if I can put them in an envelope and they're not noticeable. Okay, yeah, I'll measure them. But yeah, I'll let you know what I think I can get away with putting them in to mail them to you and what it'll cost. I'm going to see if I can't fit them in an envelope and they're not noticeable that there's boards in the envelope. Barring that, I will try to a slightly bigger envelope. I am going to try to avoid using a box, because then, yeah, Yeah, I think if I tape them to a sheet of paper and maybe use a couple sheets of paper, then it'll probably be fine. And should meet postal regulations. I did find what the regulation is for international mail and how bendable it has to be, and I think I can put them in an envelope in paper, and the envelope will still bend as it needs to for processing. Well, I mean, yeah, Jeremy, not necessarily a regular envelope, but an envelope. Because once it becomes not an envelope, shipping it to Canada gets really ridiculously expensive really fast. It's ridiculous. It's like an 8-ounce envelope costs like, I don't know, a couple dollars, but an 8-ounce box costs like $16. Just because it's a box? Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I'll find a suitable, probably a manila envelope or something like that. So I probably have to go get a manila envelope. But anyways, yeah, I will have to check the regulations, Jeremy. I know the international regulations very quickly go from there is definitely a very quick, very precise delineation between what is considered a first-class mail piece for international first class and what is considered a parcel. And I think a bubble envelope may actually be thick enough that you're in parcel territory, but I will have to check the regulations. I'll find something to mail it in. So, anyways, yeah. But yes, it'll be a cool upgrade board for one of my vintage computers, and well, I'll be sending a set to Thomas, so because he clued me into it, and I'm helping him out with getting him some of them cheaper than he would have been able to order them directly himself, even though I believe he lives way closer to Osh Park than I do, yet since he's in Canada, I guess the options that Osh Park has for shipping to Canada are expensive and are like expensive, ridiculous, and ludicrous. So, anyways. All right, so I guess that's where I'm going to leave off on this repair. I guess I won some, I lost some. Well, quite literally, won some, lost some. So these wonderful sockets are going in the trash. This a 7406 chip, I mean, it's possible that it wasn't working to begin with. It is also possible that maybe just with the amount of maybe it got overheated from rework. Might have been marginal to begin with, and then the heat I added to try to get the sockets off might have just sent it over the edge. Oh, yeah. Yep. So, anyways, yeah, I will get some parts on order because I think the motherboard is repairable. I mean, it looks like I might have damaged some fine traces here, but nothing that probably can't be fixed with a little bit of enamel wire, especially because I think I can take advantage of the fact that I can put the enamel wire through the vias and then secure it that way. Oh yeah, Tom. That's the silly part. Yeah, the shipping service Oshpark uses to Canada is going to charge an import fee to simply tell Thomas that there's no import duty on a I don't remember how much those boards were. It was like yeah. Canada doesn't charge import duties on, like, I think it was $3 or something for a set of 3 boards. Because I don't think they're even a square inch, and Oshpark charges $5 per square inch, and those boards aren't even a square inch. And here I'm kind of cleaning my desk off because it's ridiculous. Although I've already filled my trash can, so it's not like I can fit another trash bag in the trash for tomorrow. But yeah, after I guess that was the one thing after getting some things put together in my studio space that I'm trying to set up for creating scripted videos. I got around to evicting some things that just needed to go to the trash can. I'll get the recyclables at a later time. But for every time that my trash can is nowhere near full, well, at least I feel like I'm getting my money's worth for my trash pickup tomorrow. Also, it does feel really good to get all that styrofoam and whatnot that those shelves were packaged in. It feels good to get those out of the way, and I probably will be sweeping up bits of styrofoam for the next 2 weeks. So, anyways, yep, get some parts on order. I think this board is still salvageable. I think the important thing is that the I don't think there's any damage below here, so the chipset should be fine. The ISA slots look fine. I don't think there's any corrosion in them. I mean, I can put some deoxit in them anyways. Well, actually, it looks like I may have gotten a little blob of plastic in this ISA slot. That's weird. Oh, okay. Probably just kind of got transferred. Yeah, ISA slots look good. That's the important thing. I don't think there was any damage much past here. I think everything I accidentally removed from the board, I think I can figure out what values they were. Because I think these were just some decoupling capacitors on each of the rails. So, yeah, Jeremy, if you want to, I've seen some, a board. I found a board that I'm actually probably going to have some made. That's a Varta battery replacement. It basically wraps a, it's got a diode on it. Or actually, it's not a, diode would be the wrong word, I think. It's not a diode. It's actually, I think they call it an ideal diode or something like that. It's I think they're used in cases where you want to minimize the voltage loss. So it has a very small voltage drop, but it'll protect the battery from being charged. That might. Oh, good. You've got a JPEG. Does this have a diode on it? I can't tell from the JPEG that looks like Varta barrel battery solution. Because the board I found, that one, okay, that one's yours. Okay. Let me, I'll bookmark it or something so I can come back to it. I may give it a try. I actually had found one that for a board like this where it might actually, Unfortunately, this is where I'm going to have to go look at my photo. I don't remember which of the these vias the battery went in because the solder mask is gone. Okay, there is a diode. Okay. That's good. Because I think the battery went in, I don't know which one it went in. It was like, that's the keyboard connector. I don't know. Maybe it was there, and I don't know. I don't remember where the battery was. In fact, I'm not sure the battery... You know, now that I think about it, I don't know if the battery was on this when I got it. It is very possible that there was no battery on this when I got it. The battery may have been removed on this one. So I'll have to go back to the photo to see where the battery was. So, yeah, I'll get a battery replacement on it. I'll make sure I got sockets, 7406, a tantalum cap, a couple of electrolytics that I hope are the same value. I mean, actually, I just realized, you know, one of them did pop, but I bet I can put the other two in the tester and probably just double check the capacitance value. Let me do that real quick, because I'll end up replaying this live stream to get the values I need for the things. So let me get this plastic off real quick. Anyways, while I get this plastic off to do that one last value check, don't forget to smash that like button if you like this live stream. I know it didn't quite have the successful outcome that I'd hoped for, but I haven't completely destroyed the board yet, so I will order some parts and come back to this. Don't forget to subscribe if you aren't already. That way you'll be notified when I schedule the next live stream for this computer. I mean, if I can get this motherboard repaired, then I will actually make this into a PC of some type. And if I don't get it repaired, well, it'll become a parts computer. Okay. Oh, wow. Voltage loss, 13%. ESR, 0.14 kilo ohms. Okay, so that actually is a very bad capacitor. In fact, that capacitor is so bad, I probably can't depend on... Oh, that might be the capacitor that popped, actually, now that I look at it. Yeah, okay. That capacitor was definitely bad. Let me see what this one reads at. ESR 12 ohms, voltage loss 7%. So it looks like this was a 10 microfarad maybe. Wow, that's also a, that cap's also toast. Well, I guess maybe in reality, if those two caps were that bad, maybe it's just as well I actually accidentally blew them off the board. And actually, if those caps are that bad, I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to do it now, as I'm about to end the stream. It's about midnight. I'm going to go ahead and I'll try to get a reading on all these electrolytics, because I suspect this board was such a value, bargain-oriented board that I have a feeling all these capacitors are garbage. They need to go in La Basura. They need to go in La Basura muy rapide. That is about all the Spanish I am going to attempt tonight, lest I commit some really awful Spanish mix-up and say something really awful that becomes memeable. So, yes, I will... in fact, actually, if I'm going to order parts, I might just go ahead and order... Yep, tantalum caps and whatnot. Pine Technologies. I think it was just a probably a Taiwanese clone manufacturer because they're just made in Taiwan. Pine Technologies. If anyone wants to look it up, PT-319A. It's revision 2.2A, but I think the Retro Web has this board on it. I think there's also another website that has a bunch of boards on it that's an older site. It also had it. So, yeah, plenty of documentation. I do know one of the things about this board, and I may actually give it a try because I don't have a 40 megahertz FPU. There is one of these jumpers does actually control if the FPU is synchronous or asynchronous. So I may actually try putting in an oscillator for the FPU, because then I can use a slower speed FPU. So I've got some oscillator sockets. I may just order a crystal while I'm at it, if I don't have something that'll work. Yeah. Yep, Jeremy, I think Budget Board would be putting some of those boards, would be giving them a good name, possibly a name they didn't deserve in some cases. So, yeah, this was definitely a budget board. I mean, just the fact that it's using the 40 megahertz AMD 386SX tells me that this was a budget board, because AMD was selling those when Intel was starting to switch over to trying to sell the 486. Not knocking anyone that a board like this let them have a better computer than they might have otherwise had. I totally get that. That's actually why I got this board, because this would have been a board that would have enabled someone to have a faster 386. And in some cases, that might have actually been better than a 486 25 megahertz. And cheaper, too. Because if you weren't playing games, then might have been totally fine. Or some games, totally fine. Yeah, I'll have to look at what's not populated down here, Thomas, and figure it out. I do know there's an oscillator socket that I think on some versions the board was actually populated. I don't know where the trim capacitor would go right offhand, but I can figure that out probably from I think one of the sites I've seen has a picture of the board that had the oscillator in it. So I could probably just look at the photo and get an idea of where the trim capacitor would have been populated. So anyways, yeah, so this is the 380, the Pine Technologies PT-319A. I spent $31 and $31.59, I think is what I spent. It's on the thumbnail. If I got it wrong, well, the thumbnail will correct me. I certainly think I've gotten my money's worth out of it in terms of repair work. So hopefully, once I get some parts, I might be able to get this up and running. And the consolation prize is I got the 386DX. And Jeremy, I don't know if I want that challenge. Yes, Windows 95 would be able to run on this board, although I don't think it was supposed to. I think technically Windows 95 requires a 386DX or later. However, I do know that there is no, it does not check, and it will not enforce that. Probably because it may not really be able to. Probably the way it was, it could probably tell it was a 386. I'm not sure it could tell SX versus DX. Yes, it will run. On this board, actually, it probably would not be too bad because it's at least the 40 megahertz 386SX. It would probably run better on the 386DX since it's got since it'd be a 32-bit bus. But yeah, I don't know if I want to do that challenge though. But I might. I am a glutton for punishment. I guess maybe it would be nice to see how well it would run on this board. I'm sure someone did it. And I guess the advantage is it would let me have 16 megs of RAM. And it is a 40 megahertz 386SX. So it actually probably would run okay. I bet on the 386DX board where I think it supports 32 megs of RAM. It'd probably run better. Although the fact is, since both of these boards only have 16-bit ISA slots, you'll only be able to put a 16-bit video card in. Yeah, yep, that is true, Thomas. The 386SX boards use the 286 architecture. So, but yeah, Win95 would get me MS-DOS as well. That is true. That is very true. It still would be DOS. But yeah, first I got to get this board to post. In order to get this board to post, I have to make sure I don't lose all the parts for it. So I will probably, well, there's no probably about it. I'm going to have to find I guess I'll have to put these back in the anti-static bag. So anyways, till I can get some parts, I'm going to go ahead and put this board in the bag and set it aside. That way I don't lose any of these parts when I inevitably move this off my bench to work on something else until I get parts. So anyways, it's in the bag, safely stowed away, ready for parts. And with that, I am going to go ahead and, yeah, well, Jeremy, the one thing is I will need to order RAM because until I get this board to post, I did not want to, I have not ordered anything else for this board. So I don't have RAM that I can really put in this that won't take away from another computer. Although that being said, I think I would rather snag the RAM out of the other computer to put in this board, and I replace the RAM in that other computer because the other computer doesn't need parity RAM, and this board does. But still, I need to order RAM so I don't take away from the other computer that I'd rather keep the RAM in. I do need to order a controller card because I have no way of plugging in. I have no way of plugging in a hard drive. So I want to get a 16-bit. Well, okay, that's not totally true. Thomas is probably typing, well, you could use the XT IDE that you have, that Thomas knows that I have. Yes, I can do that for initial testing, but I think I'd rather have a 16-bit ISA if I want to keep this set up longer term. So I want to get a controller card. Plus, it'd probably be nice to at least have a serial port for a mouse. So if I can get like a multi-IO card. So get one of those. And plus, I'd like sound. So I probably look for a 16-bit sound card. Since this is a budget-oriented motherboard, I will probably find a budget-oriented 16-bit sound card that is Sound Blaster compatible, because that only feels right. So yeah, and then I'll use the 8-bit ISA VGA card to test to see if this posts. So I mean, I can check it for posting with the 8-bit XT IDE card and a 8-bit VGA card. I'll get a 16-bit VGA card if I'm going to set this up for longer term use. So I think really the main thing I really probably need that'll sooner rather than later is a 16-bit multi-IO card. So, Jeremy, the one computer that I need to steal the RAM from doesn't like that non-parity RAM. That non-parity RAM, that's right, I forgot I have that. That can actually go in another computer I have now because I think it'll be fine with it. But yeah, the one computer that I tried to put that in did not, it did not like it at all. And it didn't, in fact, I think someone later pointed out that it won't work with It really needs 8 chips. Yeah, there's some motherboard designs that don't like 3 chip memory, 3 chip RAM. They really want 8 chip RAM. So yeah. So yeah, I can still use that memory. It was not compatible with the one computer I tried to put it in that currently has that parity RAM, because it likes the parity RAM. So I just basically need to get some I just need to get some non-parity sims for it that have 8 chips. And then it'll be good. I've got other boards that'll probably be fine with that non-parity RAM. In fact, actually, it's possible, once I get one of these 2 boards to post, it's possible they might have a disable in the BIOS. Maybe. A lot of 386 boards, though, took parity RAM, and it was pretty much required. It's possible maybe this board maybe doesn't, but we'll see. Anyways, with that, I think it's time to draw the stream to a close. I'd like to thank everyone for joining me on this December board repair attempt. So this is a to be continued, because I have not destroyed the board yet. So until I can get parts to resume this repair, I'll order parts, and I'll be working on some of my scripted videos. So, yep, there's another reason to subscribe to the channel, because you won't want to miss those. I think you'll find them fun. And with that, I'll probably see many of you on Sunday on Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. And until then, so long and take care. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.